Hi guys, this is Lashette from. Ooh, wait, what happened? Hi guys, hopefully this is working out well. Maybe. Let me fit myself because I cannot. Uh, hi guys, this is Lashette from Scarlet Moon Creations. This is the first of my live streams for the 5th anniversary, technically, of my booktube content here on my channel. I am going to be doing reading sprints and talking about the content that I have had here on the channel so far, as far as bookish things. And there'll be some stats and whatever else. So, guys, join me. Okay, so I think we'll start out with a, what do you call it? Reading sprint. Before I get into that, I have various options for what to read, and my reading this past week has not been amazing, so I'm a little annoyed by that. I have the option of reading the ebook Saint by Sierra Simone, which would be the last of the pre-series, and I did start it, but then I didn't finish it before it was due. I thought I wouldn't be able to pick it up again. However, it's there, and yeah, it became available. So I don't even know what is what. Who am I right now? What you will see also, tangent, is me doing my hair. So like it's okay now, but I do want to do some twists to stretch it out for next week. It is what it is. So you might be seeing me do my thing uh, while we're streaming. So make sure the stream is going okay. Um, Other bookish options. I might take a break and read something. I got the From the Cauldron Born by Christopher Hughes, which I can finally start reading again. And that is a pagan witchy book that focuses on the folktale of Caradwyn, her cauldron, and Taliesin, how he got his powers or was reborn, I guess you could say. Um, so that's an option, but mainly I'm going to start Ocean of Light. Oh, Ocean by Nalini Singh. This is, I'm used to having more space. I don't remember. It's deep into this paranormal romance, urban fantasy series. ID, welcome. Thank you for stopping in to say hi. Uh, I haven't mentioned it, but I will have another set of reading sprints this evening. If that's more to your taste, I'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Everybody. But this series, I've been wanting to catch up on the Side Changes series. I'm trying to hold this so that you don't get the glare. It's a library book. That's the plastic. Um, this urban fantasy series has been one of my favorites, but I'm definitely gonna be, I'm delayed on it. And I've had two of these books out for months from the library, but been kind of punishing myself in a way. And I'll get probably more into that later in between sprints about, punishing myself. Like, oh, you need to read what's due and what other people have requested so you can send them back, and you also need to keep up with the book clubs, which I'm not doing very well about. So yeah, it is a thing. But I'm gonna start this now. I figured I will probably do start out with a 30-minute sprint. No, sorry, an hour and a half sprint with this book in front of me while I'm doing my hair. And I'm also planning on, oh, thank Dee. Thank you. Thank you. Happy reading to you too. What? But we'll start with an hour and a half sprint. I'll come back. We'll chat. Talk about maybe the stats. 5 years of stats. Who wants that? I promise it's not as bulky as it sounds. But the other thing is I probably will switch locations. So you can't really see what I'm wearing, but I'm slightly dressed up, even though I don't want to be. And I really, I wish I switched perspectives because this is weird. Um, I decorated my background, and I'll share more about that. But you know, it is what it is. Let's get into some reading. I realize I have no idea how people add, what do you call it? Bring to their channel. I probably should have done this, but I honestly didn't think about it. I'm going to mute myself real quick while I check the audio. Dee, if you're still here, let me know if you can hear me okay and if there's any technical issues. If anyone else wants to pop in, let me know that as well. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is searching for an hour and a half sprint, 90-minute sprint, basically. I do like longer sprints because the point is to get to the reading, right? So if I am reading, then these things should be longer, right? I want to get into the act of reading, get into the book, and then if it's a shorter sprint, I'm taken out of the story. Do you get what I mean? Like, you know, life happens, but also we can plan for certain things, right? Now, I know Bree has reading sprints, but currently I don't see them. Did she remove her reading sprints? Oh, I see her black Readathon sprints here. Ah, here we go. Reading, study, and productive timers. Yeah, we go. Also, I'm drinking tea. 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes worth I'm looking for Indeed. Bree, what kind of 1 hour 45? Wow. Bree doesn't have a 90 minutes print? That is, I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Okay, let me find a 90-minute timer. My tea is red clover. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna go. Ooh. I'm the type of person that likes a little bit of sound, so I'm gonna pick one that has some light music. You guys can mute or lower your volume if you want to. Here we go. Here's one, and share myself here. Um, Sorry, guys. I thought. I want to share screen. Not my entire screen, but this one. I don't want this. I want to be. Here we go. I want you to see me. There we go. Maybe this is better. That does look better. There we are. Guys, I did press full. Okay, so apparently computer does not like it. Okay, so doesn't like it when I have multiple, what do you call it, things going. So, or multiple videos going, I should say. So I'm not gonna do this thing. Uh, what I can do is share just the on-screen timer thing. Yeah, I'll do that. And all right, let me share screen again. This is good Lord. I do have some nice pictures though. Let me find something aesthetic to have you guys to look at. Something summary. I take a lot of pictures of uh, scenery and such. So how about a New York City skyline look? Would you guys be into that? For other uh, streams, I can use other pictures of mine. I've just realized I have my brightness so very low, probably from last night. I am a mess. So this picture I'm gonna share is when I was on the New York City ferry last year. Let's find some not 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 the best pictures, but not the worst either. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Do that while we start this timer, and I'm gonna share something else. Happy reading. Sorry, guys. Oh, okay. I'm like, what is that? Sorry, guys. I have the live on my phone so I could actually see and check in that it's working. But yeah. So, hello. Uh Hello to Courtney and Elise's. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm like hungry. My hair is done. And for those of you who don't know, it's I guess technically my fifth anniversary. Wait, let me put a bookmark in this before I go getting distracted. Uh for my bookish content, if you're unaware, my YouTube channel is not just a booktube channel. If you follow me for my tarot divination content, it's not just that or the witchy content. I post what I want on here, really. Thank you. Uh, I I don't know. I think last year or the year before, I got kind of into the habit of doing my hair while recording myself. I was more in vlogs, but vlogs are too much work with editing. If I only had vlogs on my channel, maybe, but since I don't, it's just yeah. And these will get shorter because it's time. I need to cut my ends, and that's what I do. I twist it and then I'll cut off the ends. Oh no! I just lost part of my orange. Oh wow. Anyway, I am currently reading Ocean Light by Nalini Singh. So I did not explain anything about this book before we went into the sprint. Oh yeah, I forgot. I switched. I switched sides. So this is what it looks like. Um, this is like book 2 or 3 in the Psy Changeling Trinity series by this author, but it's like book 17 in the overall Psy Changeling series. So, what is this series? This series, it's a urban fantasy slash paranormal romance series that I've been reading for a very long time, and I am behind on. This book came out several years ago, but I kind of like paused with reading this series. Nalini Singh is a Asian Australian author, and this is one of her most popular series. It's set in a somewhat futuristic world where there are 3 races. There's the human race, but there are changelings, which, if you read paranormal romance or urban fantasy, they're kind of like shifters, or what shifters are called in this world. Um, they have the ability to shift into an animal form, and they usually live in some kind of grouping, whether it's a pack or um, whatever they call it. It depends on the animal. And they are very in touch with their instincts and emotions, things like that. And then there are the side, the other half of the title of the series, which I think is what makes this series unique, or it did. I don't know what people are doing nowadays. But the Psy are, their abilities are all mental. I will explain the noise in a second. I just don't want to forget what I'm talking about. The Psy have these mental abilities like telepathy, telekinesis, foresight, things like that. And this world is in its. I hate these people so much. This world is set after a time of about 100 years where the Psy have been in what they call silence. In the past, they were responsible for a lot of crime, particularly harm of others. So they put themselves under what they call silence, which got rid of that like violence, murderous violence, and they basically eliminate their emotions. They're known to be cold and detached, and none of their relationships, including familial ones, are based on emotion. So, side changelings, they're kind of like the opposites, and humans are kind of stuck in the middle. So, yeah, the series starts off when a Psy woman is trying to escape because of how she was brought up, and she winds up hiding with a changeling group of leopards, I believe it was. And the romance was a relationship between the leader of the leopards and that woman, and we went from there. But the world building has been happening throughout the series, and it's really interesting. So this also, I don't know if Courtney is still here. This book is one of my garbogus. I don't know how to pronounce this, even though garbogus. I think that's right, Courtney. You let me know. Um, Paranormal romance, urban fantasy, definitely called garbage trash reading. So appropriate. Um, I've been doing decently well with Garbogus, which is I guess, readathon, read along, um, where you read quote unquote trashy books and in the month of August, and created by Criminali. And I cannot believe I've never heard of it before this year. But I am so glad that Courtney Tangible Reads in the comments is one of the co-hosts. I don't remember what your trashy channel name is, but I remember finding it hilarious. So that's my book. Um, what are you guys reading? Let me know. I have read in that sprint 30 pages, but that's because I was doing my hair at the same time. Took a break to go. What was I doing? Just to stretch. I do not normally sit here and read, but touchable reads and deeds. I love it. I love everybody's name, and I have to go around and look at people's vlogs and see what they're reading. But yeah, urban fantasy and paranormal romance are my favorite genres, so I'm just used to it being trash, but it's all good. Oh no, mixed signals. Oh wait, how do I do this? Oh, here we go. There we go. I'm going between Mixed Signals and Moon Girl. I have to finish the series by tomorrow midday, I think. Mm, mm, mm. Mixed Signals sounds familiar. I'm not sure about Moon Girl, but yes. Why the time limit? That was literally what I was about to say. It's so cool that I can do this. Why is this orange? I thought I put it on red, but it's all good. It's all good. Oh, 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 oh. Hoopla is coming for my books. Yes, yes, yes. Hoopla and Libby. And the thing is, this year, the only real thing I put for myself as far as a book challenge or reading goal was to read more physical books because, just in general, I'm trying to be on my phone or in front of a screen less. Just, I notice that the more I read on my phone, the harder it is for me to focus my eyes on something not my phone afterwards. So I'm trying to just not be on the screen too much. And but those digital holds, they come in a whole lot quicker than the physical ones. And when they come, I feel like I have to read it now while it's available because 3 other people are waiting and they will snatch it from me. The Moon Daughter and the Devil Dinosaur. So is that like middle grade? That sounds like a middle grade title. Though I'm interested. What is that about? Anytime I have a time limit, it's because Hoopla or Libby is coming for me. I understand. Devil Dino. Oh, I do want to read that. How long to the back till back future month? Some other time. There's too many books. And I refuse to give in to the idea that I can't read all the books in my lifetime. Hmm. That galley is a very interesting thing. Uh, I don't know that any of you or anyone pays enough attention to my bookish content here. The recent reads, for the most part, I don't really read arcs, or I don't read arcs. I can't say ever, but very rarely, and it's usually artists, authors that I have been reading forever, like, or someone so established I know exactly what's gonna happen. Like Nora Roberts. I don't know why I get Nora Roberts arcs, but she has a formula and she sticks to it. So I know exactly what I'm getting. But yeah, I never signed up for NetGalley, so it's always interesting though reading um, people's comments on their struggles with NetGalley. Uh, oh, a middle grade Marvel series. Okay. The struggle is real. All the books. This is Arc August. Oh. See, these types of things is what got me in trouble. This is what sucked me into booktube in the first place. Like readathons, read-alongs, these like theme reading things. I'm like, oh yes, I want to do all the things, but like I still have all the books I want to read. Luckily, I have not been sucked into the whole buy books that sound interesting and then have them sitting around for however long because I don't have the space, I don't have the money, I don't have the time. So my struggles are all thanks to the library. But good luck, Courtney. Good luck. But I never thought about graphic arcs. So see now, damn, I might have to look into that. I shouldn't. I should not. I would actually recommend against arcs only because, yeah, yeah, yeah. I had to chew that. Again, I see the drama, and I'm like, most of it's just amusing in a light-hearted way, but some of it is just like, I don't. There was, it wasn't. I don't know if they were ARCs. There was a company that was really low key, and they would send you the free ebooks if you signed up, but you had to do a review by a certain time. And I was unsure if I would get to the book, and it was the first and only time. I was unsure I would get to it, and I didn't by the due date. And they were like, "Oh, see, we sent you a free book, and you didn't even do what the required thing you were supposed to in order to receive it. So you're cut off." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a bad person." Not really, but that was the closest. That was not NetGalley. I don't remember what it is, but in that case, I knew going in, like, you know, in order to get these free books that I've never heard of, I was supposed to do a review by a certain time. But life and my brain wasn't doing what it should have at that time. It's okay. It's okay. That's what I have to tell myself. I would like Tina Simone. She's all about, okay. Or Simeon. I will look. I don't love Nora Roberts, but she's like a comfort read. I know exactly what I'm gonna get. There's elements of things that I like always in her books. And she seems like a nice white lady that stays in her white lady lane. So I don't mind reading her books, especially when I'm like, I don't know what else to read, or I'm stressing. It's a no brainer. I'm starting to pick up a lot of the graphic novels. Yeah, this is the thought process I had when Courtney mentioned reading mostly graphics for Arc August. Y'all gonna get me in trouble. I only request arcs. I don't know. Because like what I hear about NetGalley anyway is like you put in the request and sometimes you'll get the book months later. I already have this problem with the library. I don't need the extra stress of a new author or author with a new book or a publisher being like, well, and there's a rating system on NetGalley, I believe. Please. This is this is leisure. They making it work. Oh, what? That's rude. Okay, I don't know if this is showing up. It's not showing up for me on my. I like how. Um, what do you call it? Oh, okay. I don't know why, but this comment just shows up as two blank boxes on my laptop. So I'm looking on my phone to see the two laughing emojis. Ah, yeah. So, okay, this anniversary, right? I did. I don't know if you guys were here or aware, but I did put up a poll like last month um, about what should I talk about or what should I do to celebrate. To be clear, I think I counted wrong. I was looking at my videos the other day, and let me look again. Actually, I am just like, do I not know my own channel. What was I doing when I decided this was the fifth anniversary? It might be the fourth, is what I'm going with here. Um, so I started my channel almost 7 years ago now, and there'll be another live show on August 31st. So stay tuned for that. And actually, I will do another set of reading sprints in the evening because for me, today is a 24-hour readathon. I'm just reading all day. I'm not going to be live all day because I needed to sleep and I'll need to sleep at the end of the day. But also, I want to be comfortable. And it's kind of hard to do that with a laptop and the camera and all of that stuff. But all of that aside, well, this is not going to show me properly. I did a poll about what type of videos and what I should do in my lives for this anniversary, right? I've not always had bookish content on my channel. I've watched booktube for years and years and years, but it was really the readathons that got me to like jump in. And I started out with Witchathon by, oh, I forget their name. I'll look it up and let y'all know in a minute. But those, I was doing like witchcrafty, pagany content at the time. And I still watched booktube. So Witchathon was this great thing because they created these prompts, maybe 5 or 6 prompts, and it was to celebrate each Wiccan holiday. And those are based on like the sun and uh, seasons. So it was like, oh, in the spring, we'll read a book with flowers on the cover. Like very simple. And I enjoyed those. So I made reading vlogs for those. And then I did probably hold on. Let me see. For NetGalley, choose books mostly. Oh. Oh. See, I didn't know that was a possibility. But now I do. Okay. So I made notes. But yeah. I just really enjoy the readathons a lot. Like you get at least one book that's like outside your comfort zone that's like, oh, I wouldn't normally read this genre or something like that. Just because a random prompt or it's like the group pick for the readathon. And then everything else I would just try to pair what I was gonna read anyway. But then I got crazy and I was doing like several readathons a month every month. And at first it was fun because you're trying to now fit one book for prompts for 2 or 3 different readathons. But then like the situation got too intense for me with the library books because I have to wait for them to come to me. I have to put them on hold. And maybe some books are too popular, so they'd be on hold forever. Recently, was that June, Courtney? You did the Priest series thing. I tried, and I recently got Saint, and I started it, but I was reading too slow, I guess, because I had already started something else, and then just 2 days ago, Libby was like, "You're done. Someone else wants this book," and I was like, "Okay." And then yesterday morning, it was like, oh, because I put it on hold again. Libby said, "Oh, your hold for Saint is now available," and I'm like, "This, I already moved on emotionally, and here this book is back again." But I have a 24-hour readathon tomorrow, and Saint is Saint is interesting. I'm I'm not far enough into it to know why this man decided to join a monastery. Is monastery? Is that what it's called? To become a monk? I just so yeah. That's just an example of the stress, and that was like part two. I already told Courtney like, listen, I put I went to see if Priest was on hold. This was before the month you were doing the read along, and I put it on hold weeks in advance, and it was like 10 weeks, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ. Book two was available in 2 weeks, so I was like, all right, I'll put it on hold, I guess, because Courtney's like, yeah, why not? Who reads series in order? And I'm like, dude, I do, but I guess I could try it not this time. So I read, what was it? Sinner. Sinner was book two. So I read Sinner, and then Priest comes in, not in 10 weeks, but in 4. So the whole month passed, and then it's available. That pisses me off. I'm like, all right, I'll read Priest. And then the next day, here comes Saint. I'm also available. You said you would take how many weeks? Like, I can't. It's stressful. And this is just 3 books in a series. So I've got the book I'm reading now. I have had this out since March. And I keep putting it off because I'm like, well, other things are due. People want to read other stuff that I got. And yeah. So that's enough of that rant. I don't even know why I started that. Um, so 5th anniversary, I started with the readathons. Then I decided to do the recent reads, as I call them, because wrap ups are too much. I'm a mood reader. I knew that going in. Um, Booktube is interesting, or I guess any social media with bookish content, because there's that element of being with other people and talking about something that we all have in common that we like, which is books. But there's also like this whole lexicon, I think is the word. We have all this language that I didn't have before. I've always been an avid reader, and BookTube taught me all these words like mood read and readathon and whatnot. And I'm like, oh, is that what that means? There's a word for that. There's a term to describe how I act. Book hangover. But hold on. I do. And then it comes back. I didn't always, move on emotionally or like mentally, but I trying to train myself to not be upset because I have to return the book before I'm reading. But now, like, it came back, and I'm like, look, I was over you, and here you are again, right away. I prepared myself to see you later, and now you in my face today. So yeah, I don't know. Yes, yes, he was. So I'm like, I'll get back to that because I'm curious. Yeah, it's going okay. It was just really weird to be reading Sinner before Priest when I had heard about Priest so much, but obviously I hadn't read it, so I was just like, I don't know exactly why why we're following brothers. That's weird because all I had heard about Priest was like, oh yes, it's a priest and like uh Lady of the Night. I didn't know what exactly she was, if she was a stripper or a prostitute or what. All right, so I'm going with Lady of the Night. This is not how I normally talk, by the way. But and they fuck on the altar. That's what I got. But like people were like, there's a good, themes about religion and spirituality and sex and sensuality. And I was like, okay, I'm cautiously interested, right? It doesn't sound trashy, but I didn't know that the series was about brothers. So then I'm picking up book two and I'm like, why? This is a thing that they do as a family or like a family trait? I don't know. But yeah, then getting like the connection, the backstory. I didn't know there was a tragic thing that had happened. So yeah, I don't know if I'll read the series out of order again. It was only a little bit spoilery though. I mean, they're romances of a sort, so the spoiler is they got together in the end. At least, I mean, yes, yes. You arguing more with people on BookTube than with your husband? Ugh. Yes. Yes. This is the other thing. I mean, again, the library is bad enough. It's bad enough. I don't need, the extra gatekeeping and uh, guilt associated with arcs. Okay. What do I want to talk about? Oh yeah. So my decor. I don't know how well you can see it because I did adjust my camera a little earlier. All right. So it's the fifth anniversary, and I dead ass looked up anniversary decorations. So I was like, you know what? I should make this a whole thing. I was gonna dress up, but it's that time of the month and it's day two. I don't feel like it. So this is my decor that I got cheaply. The fifth anniversary, the color is sapphire, or the color is sapphire. And I'm Scarlet Moon Creation, so I have a little bit of red because my walls in my room are painted red. This lighting doesn't do it justice, but it's like my logo. So Scarlet, I like red, and I wanted it to blend a little bit better, so I got this thing here. Other things, as if you guys care, other things associated with the fifth anniversary is wood. So I got these wood panels from the Dollar Tree. I didn't know what I was going to do with them, but I said I'll have them just in case. And I am a crafty person, so I want to use this for something. I thought about drawing or painting daisies on them because guess what's the flower for fifth anniversary? Daisies. So I'm a little corny, and that's okay. But what's funny is yesterday I went to the park. There was textile tales. We have these people from Parsons come out and teach people various textile techniques. And oh wait, I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, I should have put the whole flower in there. So I'm back. The one of the textile things that they were doing was eco plastics. So I don't know if you guys have seen those resin, like resin jewelry and artwork and things like that. It's like this clear stuff, and they put flowers or uh, gold foiling or whatever other stuff in it. But it's not natural. So this eco plastic is something you can make at home, and it's, I guess, biodegradable. It breaks down. It doesn't leave plastic floating around in the ocean like resin products. And we make these things with wooden frames. So I might hang this up. I'm over here showing off my artwork. But yeah, nobody asked. But I'm doing it anyway. What else did Elise say? Honestly, folks, so what I was gonna say earlier is that if you watch my videos, I say this in the summertime in particular, but also somewhat in spring and fall, that I open the windows. I live on a first floor apartment on a major street, so you'll hear ambient noises. I try to edit them out for the most part, especially people talking. I don't know if you guys can hear these two men basically having a loud ass conversation in Spanish just now, but that's what I have to deal with. That's what you guys don't hear. But regarding the priest series and that whole religious discussion, I didn't think it was that deep either. I felt like it could have gone deeper. Um, Particularly with priests, but it's it just got to the point where the sex kind of got in the way of that. The getting deeper with the, I guess, philosophical, spiritual, religious discussions. Um, but it wasn't a bad time. And the sex scenes were good, so I just wasn't always in the mood for them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, okay. I want to. I see your lives at those times, and I'm like, yes. But then I either wind up cooking or doing something else. It's a weird time of day for me where I'm like, okay, I'm not working. What am I doing? And I just pick something randomly if it's not cooking. Um, but I would be happy to join you. I'm like, if I have to be there for someone else, then I will definitely make it a priority. Okay, so what else did I want? Thank you. I'm not always sure if you heard, but I'm glad you guys are here to let me know. Okay, I'm gonna take that coming here. The thing I mostly worry about is sirens. I live in what I call the triangle of emergency services. Within 3 blocks, there is a police precinct. 3 blocks that way, there is a EMS station, a big one, and 3 blocks behind me is the fire station. And usually the fire trucks and the EMS, you can hear them coming because they'll have the sirens going, but the police, you know how they do. When they decide at the last minute they going through the red light, they just suddenly put on their siren and but that's neither here nor there. So the things that I put on the poll were with regards to what should I put or talk about in this live? What should I do other than reading sprints, which I kind of added in last second, and we'll go back to that in a minute. Uh, how has my reading changed over the past 5 years? Was the topic that was voted the highest. I also had best 5 videos, my favorite books in the past 5 years, and 5 years of reading stats, which is not that complicated. But so we have those things we can talk about. However, it's a little bit of an awkward time, but I kind of want to read again. And if you guys are ready, yeah, agreed. I am interested. I feel so special. Thank you for inviting me. I'll message you somehow and we can pick a day to start off. Because I work from home, so my schedule is my schedule. I decide when I'm working or not. I do use Storygraph, yes. What is my Storygraph? Lashette? Mm. It might be just my name. In the meantime, let's do another sprint. I'm gonna go for an hour this time because my body can't handle another hour and a half in this chair like this. So yeah. Let me see. Yeah, it's just Lashette lowercase L on Storygraph. So you can find me there. Why does this timer just start itself when I didn't ask it to? See, hold on. Alrighty, let me get this set up. Yeah, so that was a fire truck that just went by and I muted because there. Okay, guys, we're gonna do a 60-minute sprint. I hope you enjoy your books. I'll see you after we're done. Hello. Hi, guys. We are back. And I am back. I have now read another 23 pages. So I'm up to page 53. And it's interesting. This series, the Side Changeling series, each book follows a different couple, though the other couples and family and stuff do show up in many of the books. One, the guy in this, Bowen, we've seen him many times. We've seen him many times in the series, and now I guess he's finally got his person. And Kaya is new, but we like all these scooters and motor things that are going around. Their engines are so loud I can't hear myself think. But yeah, the Kaya is our female protagonist or whatever. I don't like saying heroine because I just think of the drug. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong, but I don't think so. Anyway, how is your reading going? If you're just joining me, what have you been reading? Okay, it's just I am realizing what other people who do live the reading sprints and stuff. Some of them say like they don't read that much during these because I'm realizing like there's stuff I didn't think about preparing at a time, and I'm like, oh, I should do that, and then during the breaks, I don't get to walk away like I normally do if I want. I'm talking to you guys and reading comments and things like that. So yeah. But another 23 pages. They're interesting. I can't really say much without spoilers. Not that I think anyone is like, oh no, don't tell me about the Side Changing series. I think most of you guys do not care. Uh, that is good to know. Thank you, Ulysses. Because, like I said, sometimes it feels like I cannot think when certain noises are loud. I'm just let me see. Mixed signals. Again, I have to. Is this what I think it is? Please don't do that. Oh, this is not what I think it is. Is this B.K. Borison, the author, or is this something else? This is a cute cover. If it is. Also, I have to thank you for the small town romance series. I've only read one book, but I love this so much. And the other two, I'm like, I'm definitely getting to. Definitely getting to. So I appreciate that recommendation. Okay, it is what I'm looking at. This is a cute. It is a very cute cover. They are all cute. They are all very cute covers. No faces shown. Okay. Okay. So back to what was it? Oh, yes. The topic that won the poll for what I should talk about during this live was how has my reading changed over the past 5 years? I read more, and it's a little bit different, I think, than for most people with booktube because I grew up reading a lot. And I just went through some really difficult times. What I much later realized was a pretty big depressive episode due to huge life changes that were not really in my control. But it was around when I was 25 or so, and I thought my life was together, and then everything fell apart again. Not due to my own fault. And I'm saying this because I need to say this to remind myself, Um so yeah, I stopped buying books and was exclusively using the library, but not in the best way. I had a lot of books that were just out for so long, and back then they still had fees, so I was racking up crazy fees to the point where I couldn't take out library books anymore. So I wasn't really reading. I did not have money really for anything except the basics and like survival, and then yeah, I couldn't afford to pay my library fees. So I got into other things more, but that's why I kind of fell off on reading. Like I've reread some of my favorite books because I had books. I still have physical books, but I've read most of them. So if I'm reading, it's rereading. And I wasn't doing a lot of that. And then watching booktube. I even shortly before that, I actually joined Goodreads for the first time. I think it was 2013, or no, maybe not even until 2015. I joined Goodreads, and then I barely used it because I wasn't using Amazon for anything. I was still like, they're the devil, and yeah. So going from that, and I can't say I wasn't reading anything. One of the things I wound up getting into was fan fiction because it's free. Um, and then I'm an avid reader, so I read, articles. I read websites like blogs and things like that. So I just wasn't reading books, um, and not a lot of fictional books like I used to, other than what I already had. So coming from that and then getting into booktube, um, I realized, oh, I can kind of see what is popular now. So yeah, getting into booktube increased my reading after not really reading books because I was depressed, basically. Um, Hey, the other thing, what changed more? I read more diversely, thanks to racially and somewhat with sexual identity, a little bit as far as gender identity. The last like 2 or 3 years, I have kept a reading spreadsheet so I could keep track of those things for myself. And I knew I did want to read more diversely, and you have to be active about these things. So I was, and it turned out pretty good. I do still want to increase those things, but I don't track the way I was because that became a whole extra effort that I didn't want to go through. But I want to continue increasing the diversity of my reads. That also means I'm more aware of more books than I was before. And we're back to the dilemma of like, how will I find time to read all of the books in the world? I don't know. I definitely am more influenced by Twitter and Book Riot right now. Currently, I'm watching less BookTube on purpose. And for you guys who watch, friends or follow me who have channels, I am sorry. I want to support. And many of you I love listening to, but I realized that, like other YouTube channels and other social media, really, I'm seeing so many books, I forget about the books that I plan to read. So the more I watch BookTube, the more I want to read what I see other people reading. And, trying to, like, my mood is easily influenced, is what I mean. So, like, yeah, I'm in the mood for this, but if I watch someone's BookTube video, I'm in the mood for these 5 things. And again, I'm getting stuff from the library, which doesn't come in instantly. And oh boy, the irritation, the stress, the low key anger I have about so many people reading, what do you call it? Indie books. I'm not mad at y'all. I'm frustrated that my life is not set up for that. I can't afford, and I do want to support. I remember I used to read a lot of indie before, I guess, before that was a big thing. It was mostly erotica, but like I didn't really think, when I say before it was a big thing, I'm not trying to be like I'm so great, but um, I'm just, the average person. I didn't, it was just before indie was a big term that everyone was really using. I found books that I liked that were relatively cheap, but this was all before the depression, whatever, life changing events that happened. So I haven't in a long time. I'm like, so many of these books sound so good, but I cannot. I cannot. And my library doesn't have a lot of them, so I just be here steaming, upset. That sounds great. That sounds wonderful, especially when we're talking about diversity. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like right up my alley, the type of thing that I like. And it has like body size diversity, or for an example, I'm just like, I can't. I can't. Not right now, at least. My life circumstances change, then I definitely want to. But I do keep a running list of the indie authors and books. And when I get a little extra money that I'm not spending on like BTS or something, then I do that. Um, but yeah, just if I watch less BookTube, the less I want to read more books, the latest books. I don't need to be hearing about so many books so constantly. So that's where I'm at. Bookstagram, I follow a lot of people on my Instagram, even though it's mostly about my Etsy shop, Scarlet Moon Creations, and herbal things and going to the park or whatever. In my stories, I'll talk about books sometimes. I attempted to do like Bookstagram, but I can't keep up. So I again, it's kind of like BookTube. I still follow people. I look and I like their posts. It's a little easier to not get influenced on Bookstagram, but also the majority of the Bookstagram I follow are booktubers that I follow here. So, but let's see. Release season. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I like it. I like it. Um, I like books that make me think. Like you feel the characters. I don't necessarily have to like them, but having a strong emotion about them and their situations, and then like I just be having thoughts. Some characters, or what I think is really cool when the characters make you feel like you want to have a conversation with them about their life. That if they were real people, that would be rude, in my opinion, probably. Like, let me tell you how you should be doing your love life or whatever else in your life. But, or like, that thing you did on that day, that made me think. And let's discuss it. But for, fictional situations, I'm all about, I like that idea of having a deep dive discussions. That's why I do like when booktubers do like those read-alongs and then they have live shows for each book, so you can talk to people, spoilers about the book. That's okay. Pet peeve with booktube is how everything is anti-spoiler, and I get it, but also like there are videos I want to watch because I've read the book and I want to hear what that person has to say, but they're cutting out so much, or they're not saying a lot because it could potentially spoil for someone else. And I'm just like, it's a catch-22 because I'm also someone who likes to hear about what other people are reading without them spoiling it for me in case I want to read it. So, yes. Uh, okay, that's fine. I think tracking just kind of helps you get started with being more mindful about picking books diversely, or keeping in mind like those books that have some diversity of some kind, keeping them in your mind when you're either in the mood for whatever that genre is, diversity aside. Um, but after a while, like you just do, I guess. Once you incorporate that and it becomes a habit, then it's a habit. So you don't necessarily need to track. Someday. Oh, good. Yeah. No. Like I can't do KU. Being a small business owner that works from home, things are constantly in flux. So when it comes to getting payment, this is not a 9 to 5 job. You are not guaranteed a steady paycheck and benefits and things like that. And then, when things come up in life, emergencies or whatever, that messes up your whole attempt at a budget anyway. So I know KU is considered relatively cheap, but also I'm like, so the situation is, right, if Amazon went up in flames as a business, all of my KU books would just be gone. If something happens in my life and I can't, renew my KU subscription next year, all of my KU books are gone. I feel a certain type of way about that. Like my books are mine. I paid for them. But anyway, what else did I have? What else has changed? I am reading more indie authors. It's just little by little. Uh, I don't finish series, and I have uh 3 videos on my channel, 2 or is it 4 videos? I forget. These It was really long, and I was really ambitious, and I haven't updated them at all. Maybe next year. It's two of them at least are like series I'd like to finish that are uh ongoing, I think, and then one is series I like to finish that are complete. Like the series is complete. I just have not finished it. So like Side Changing series. This is a series I'd like to complete and it's still ongoing. The author put out another book for this series earlier this year. So that's the difference between those. But I had so many books on those. And then there was a video for series I'd like to start. So I wasn't reading paranormal romance and urban fantasy. They're long series. Usually there's no like set end game most of the time. Those I'm not worried about. But um, other series, I'm just like, come on now. But this is what I mean by like being easily influenced. I plan to finish a series, but then I watch somebody else talk about some other series. I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting, and I'll get that. And then the other series languishes in the back. So I'm trying to complete series. These don't even have to be super long ones, like duologies, trilogies. Like I'm just like, come on, now you wanted to read that, and you still do, but you don't because too busy looking at other girls. That meme with the couple walking down the block holding hands and the guy's looking back at the woman walking in the other direction. Me and book series, y'all. Another thing that has changed, this is a big one. I started saying this earlier. Reading kind of makes me anxious now. Like there's deadlines, whether it's me trying to read a certain amount of books within a month so I can have it in the wrap ups or recent read videos, or for a readathon, or the deadlines for the library. Like this book is due by this time, and so me trying to prioritize reading by deadlines comes up against me reading what I want to read when I'm in the mood. And so then I wind up not reading anything because I can't decide. I'm like, oh no, but this is due back. But oh no, I don't really feel like reading that. I want to read this, even though it's not due for 3 weeks. I just got it from the library. Like that stresses me out. And I do. I've definitely lost sleep over this nonsense. Usually because there's other things. But the like have kind of lost a little bit of the comfort that reading brought me because I'm trying to schedule and plan and da 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 da. Um, Things like not being able to spend the money, and then I need to support indie authors, but I can't really afford to support indie authors as much as I want to. And then people talking about the newest releases. I think that's one thing for the most part I've kind of thrown out the window. I don't really read anything new. I already mentioned like I don't read arcs, except maybe every once in a while when I win a Goodreads giveaway, and those are usually, like I said, authors. I know I'm gonna like this because they're basic, um, but ugh, like all of the things, trying to read diversity, trying to keep up with what's I guess, popular. Though I don't try it too much, but there's lots of new popular books. I'm like, oh, I would. That sounds interesting. And then wanting to join everything, all the readathons, trying to fit books for prompts, and it's not bad. It's just all of it together has made reading work now, and I did this to myself. I'm not blaming anybody. Um, and for those it works for, great for you. But we talking about me. Um, so yeah, unfortunately, and again, this is why I pulled back on reading or on watching booktube to kind of help with that. I'm kind of putting these in like positive notes versus not so positive notes or changes in my reading over the past 5 years. So on a more positive note, I'm trying to read more physical books. I mentioned this earlier, so I'm not looking at my screen as much. I do have, I still have it. I have Kindle Paperwhite, but it's so old. It doesn't work anymore. Um, that used to be something that was helpful with that, not being on the screen. Now I just have an Amazon tablet and it has the blue screen option, but it's not the same. It's still better than my phone, but sometimes I'm really lazy to get it out and update it and all that stuff. It is old and the screen is now cracked because how many times I've been reading in bed and fall asleep and then it slides off and hits the floor. Too many. It's not impossible to read on it. It's just one crack, but still, FYI. Uh, the thing with reading physically is like I'm either reading have to read during the day when the sun is up or have the light on to read. Obviously. Excuse me. I read less fan fiction, but it's still a lot because it's easy access, it's free, and I can look for exactly what I want and get options, click in and out of them. Uh, Another thing has changed. What I got back into like epic fantasies, but now uh, I think I burned myself out reading both the Witcher series and the Brandon Sanders's whole universe uh, at the same time. It's okay. I enjoyed one. The other started out good and then kind of fizzled out. But this goes in addition to that. I think reading manga and webtoons and graphic novels more lately. I think I shortened my attention span again. So I don't reach for the epic fantasy as much because I'm like, oh, that's huge. And it's just the habit has become to read shorter things, which I like. I pick up a lot of those because they're shorter, but also lighter. It's a palate cleanser, but yeah, I think I shortened my attention span. Um, Being a booktuber, I share more about what I'm reading as I read it. I didn't do that as much, but I mean, that was kind of the point to an extent. Like, I want to talk about my books because I'm constantly reading. And that's why I still, even though I don't do TBRs because I'm a mood reader, I will always have to read some reads because I've read something. There's never a day I'm not reading something. And I like to share because as much as I read, my parents read. They don't read as much as I do, but they read a lot. My grandmother does as well. Like, this is not something that's just me. But nobody reads as much as I do, and they they're not reading what I'm reading. So talking about books doesn't really happen except here. I did weekly vlogs for a couple of years, but they are so much more work to edit, so I didn't share that. But the wanting to share as I read kind of takes me out of the story too. But this is what's happening. Let's see. Cool. What high fantasy have you been enjoying? Like, we don't need to talk about the ones you don't like. Let's just forget them. But what have you liked? I'm curious, even though I just said I'm not watching people's videos or things because I don't want to know more, but I do want to know more. Let me hear about some more books that I want to read. My bookish content now is my lowest watched and least liked content on my channel. But I do not want to make a separate channel. I go through this at least twice a year. Like, maybe we should make a separate channel. I will probably get more views on these videos if I just make a bookish content channel. But I don't want to have a separate do all the things, make a header and all of that, trying to come up with a channel name. And I don't want to. Just think this is Lashette's channel. And come for what you like. Don't watch what you don't like. If it's not for you, and it's not for you, right? Just I ask you to be respectful. Not that anyone's been disrespectful for the most part, but I'm aware that my spiritual practices are not for everybody, and there's a lot of people who have things to say and thoughts they want to share that I don't care about. You do not have to watch my divination videos. You do not have to watch the witchy stuff, the herbal things. Feel free to ignore it and just look at the bookish content. But no, I'm a complete human being. These are all parts of me, and it is what it is. It can get discouraging. I don't really look at my stats too often, to be perfectly honest, because just from the beginning, y'all know how YouTube be. Even before I was doing the bookish content, but this year has been pretty good overall. Like, I think it was this year, maybe it was late last year when I reached finally 200 subscribers after almost 7 years, and it's all good. And I got several repeat watchers now, so I'm just counting the wins and letting the rest of it go. This is an indulgence. I get nothing from this. I don't get paid. This is not another income. Obviously, I only have 230 something subscribers, right? I could say more about my channel as a whole, but I'll leave that for the 31st. Like, I don't really get anything from this bookish content, the recent reads, for the most part at this point. Just I get a chance to spew, to go on and on and on about books because that's what I want to do. I do like the stats because it helps me to see like where I'm at and the plan, kind of where I want to go, any changes I want to make. But they're really a pain in the ass to keep up with. I'm not here for all of that. I just want to read my books and talk about them and maybe make some friends. That's all. Uh, like, I do the stats for myself, I'm not talking about like my reading stats, not YouTube stats. I do that for myself, right? Um, like I mentioned earlier, to help me, make changes. Like I want to read more diversely in sexual identities, more that having more diverse characters and more diverse authors who identify differently in their sexuality and their gender. And I kind of use my stats to help me do that. But that's it. It is a pain in the ass, so I'm glad Storygraph exists because keeping up with the spreadsheet, even though it was a good spreadsheet, was more work, right? So, like, you read the book, then you rate it and you give it a review, but it's also like you put all of these stats in, like, oh, yes, I did this, 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 and this, and then you got to make sure the spreadsheet is working properly. I think that definitely cut down on some of my reading, and that's what put me way behind last year, in the second half of last year, with putting up my recent reads videos, because I would be like, well, I need to finish my spreadsheet so I have the stats to put in the video. And then, as you can see in this year, I just tell you guys what the stats are. I don't put the images in the video because that's another level layer of editing I don't want to do. I don't like editing. Um, Sometimes I'm okay with it. I like the outcome, but the process is not great. Maybe if I had more money and a better computer and better software and all of that stuff, but until that day comes, I've stepped back a bit with doing stats. Uh, Let me check. What is this? Greenbone Saga. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yes, that's on my list. It's on my list. I will get to it. I definitely want to. The Will of Many. That sounds vaguely familiar, but it could also be that it's the shadow of what was lost. Dandelion Dynasty. Ooh, that sounds interesting. And N.K. Jemisin, my favorites have been book one of each trilogy. I totally fell off on that read along. You know why? Because of the book that I had not read, that I was like, oh yes, I'm going to read this. Book 3 in the Broken Earth series. I still haven't read that because I'm scared. I know, I said this, I think, in the live show for booktube, which I had read last year. I know that this is going to be mother versus daughter, and I am already feeling the pain. I keep requesting the books from the library and then sending it back unread because um, that I'm like, I don't think my heart could take it. But yeah, another change is I rate and review every book. This was not a thing before BookTube. Again, I was barely using Goodreads as it was. So, but I do it for me. Again, I see these arguments online, and sometimes I join in on the discussion, but I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm not required to rate or review. And if you don't like what I have to say, that's too bad. Let some author come tell me that what I wrote from my let me anyway. So I gotta say, authors gotta deal with their own thing. But the reviews are for me because I can go back and look at the book, the review, and be like, okay, what was I thinking? How was I feeling? Right? There's I don't rate books super low most of the time. Like, most people who read regularly, you already have a sense of what you like, and you pick those things that most likely have that. You might be disappointed, but it's rare that you actually hate something. So, right, ones and twos are rare for me. So the low ratings are the threes, and those are bad now with algorithms. I don't care. Authors, y'all need to take that up with Amazon and Goodreads and Barnes and Nobles or whoever. I didn't create that system. And I don't think it's fair to you that you got to be above 3 stars to get decent money or whatever. But don't come yelling at people who write reviews, please. Um, it was hard doing the rating and the reviewing and the spreadsheet, but so I've taken out the spreadsheet option and I'm back to having everything rated and reviewed almost right after I read it. So I'm happy with that. I will say this: doing call pile book roast, G created that rating system, and she incorporated it into her spreadsheet, which I kind of used in my own spreadsheet. That helped, right? It helped me really think fully about a book, not just the things that stuck out the most. So that I think that helped round out my reviews. And doing them right after you read really helps because it's fresh in my mind. So I can talk about these things and then move on with my life. Hey, Courtney. Welcome back. Yes, he is. I think I might have ended the timer while I was still on mute so you couldn't hear the alarm go off. But sorry for that, guys. Okay, what has changed? I include my nonfiction reads in like my ratings and reviews on Goodreads, Storygraph. I read nonfiction for personal gain and interest. So why not include them? I'm still reading, and I'm considering including fan fiction because Storygraph lets you do that, but it's more work. So we'll see. We'll see. I might do that next year. But I also include like guidebooks for my tarot and oracle cards. These are them up here. Last but not least, I don't know how people make friends on BookTube. That was, I think, the big thing for me. Um, Kind of another reason why I started it. I want to talk to people about books. And this is me talking at the camera, not, having conversations. The live shows help, like I mentioned. But then it's like you have to take it off YouTube and then get into social media. And even then, social media is not really built for conversation. So I guess what people do is like they take it to DMs and they talk with people. And I get that's not bad. I'm just like I don't be sliding into people's DMs because like, oh, at least I want to be friends with you. But that's a me thing. I remember like high school. I had friends. Then we graduated, and I didn't have anybody's number, and I didn't see most of those people again until social media, Facebook, because that was the thing when it was just colleges and high schools, and it was like, hey, I knew you from high school, and I was like, wow, I'm surprised you guys added me as a friend. But yeah, doing that because I also see how what do you call it some people talk about others overstepping, and I don't know where the line is. I'm like, I don't want to overstep the parasocial relationship. Like, I see you doing your vlogs or whatever, and you're showing, your cooking journey, or your getting over your agoraphobia, or whatever the hell it is, along with talking about the books, and then like, you know, when is it okay to reach out and when is it not okay to reach out? I'm still like, I don't know. So it is what it is. And then if there's been a couple of people, again, I'm not trying to be like I was there before they were famous, but there's a couple of booktubers who I followed pretty early on and they kind of really blew up. And now it's just like, damn, maybe I lost my chance because are they getting 10,000 DMs now? I'm lost in the crowd. Have they forgotten me? But yeah, so those are just thoughts. I guess that's the one thing that hasn't changed. I still don't know how to do that, how to make friends. But I see that's how you have to do it. Okay, that's gonna be my thing. Just be like, hey, do you want to be friends with me? Cause I follow you on BookTube or book. Well, not Book Talk, guys. I refuse. I don't know about anybody else our age, but Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, there was like Vine for a minute. MySpace, like we can't forget about MySpace before all of that. If you was on like geo sites and live journal and oh my goodness, what else? What was that other thing other than Vine? Oh, I didn't Snapchat. I wasn't on Snapchat, but Snapchat, I was like, okay, I'm done. I can't. Why do we need a new social media every 5 years? Now TikTok, I'm not doing TikTok. It's not happening. I drew the line. And then people share TikTok on Instagram Reels or Twitter anyway, so I can't. Oh wait, hold on, I missed one. It's always hard making friends. It is. It is. But thank you for being here for my life. Yeah. Okay. That's a good idea. I I don't have one person. Um, I'm glad you have a TikTok reporter because that sounds cool. But I just look at Twitter and I'm like, like this whole thing with the hockey team and romance TikTokers. I'm just like, hmm, hmm, mm. That was entertaining, but I feel bad for saying that because these are real people's lives. But yeah, it could not be me. Yeah, I think like when it came, it was like, oh, this is the kids are using this, and I'm like, okay, good because I'm not a kid, so wonderful. The I have a friend who still uses it. Like she uses it with her kids who are in college now, so I know it's still a thing because she uses it regularly. That's how they chat without like having a bazillion text messages in their phone. Okay, Kenny reports back to us. Okay, okay. I gotta try a little harder to be in Courtney's lives then to get the TikTok reports. How? Wait, Courtney, what? How is your reading going? Talk. Okay, I think Maybe one or maybe two more sprints, and we're gonna take a break. I said this in the beginning. I will have more sprints this evening, starting at 7 p.m. I know there were some people who told me they'll come for the evening set of sprints, but I will say it again now. Um, I'll be reading. I'll probably be on my bed for the evening sprints so I can be more comfortable. I just didn't want to be laying down all day. But at some point, I need to cook probably before we go back to the sprints. One of the other topics that was in the poll was I don't know why I have this all the way over here. Right, my best videos. I don't know if anybody cares. Okay. I'm laughing at this comment, not the other one. Are you doing your own hair or are you doing someone else's hair? My life is not that interesting either. So, but your life is not my life, which makes it that much more interesting. I want to see if I can add something in here. I wonder, does it have to be a? So the other thing was best videos, right? And I had two categories: views and likes. This is gonna be so fascinating, you guys. I just know. I just know. So I can't do it that way. Okay. Excuse me. I just did what do you call it? Top 5 because these are it just is what it is, basically. It is. It is. I don't know if you were here early, but that's what I started off this video. The first sprint, I was doing my hair. Okay, how long do we want the next sprint to be? I was thinking about doing dice sprints, but I did not get the dice out. I can go get it though. Honestly, for all involved, because why was that hockey team social media manager encouraging this? And how come they a business? They didn't check with him and his wife if it was okay, and he didn't check with his wife if this was okay? Like those book talkers was not okay, but also the other side of the equation. Granted, I didn't deep dive into the details, but it sounded like the wife found out and was like, I'm not okay with this. But it had been going on for a while already. So, like, he knew. Anyway, what do we have? 45 to 1 hour. Okay. We can do that. When we come back, I'll talk about my best bookish videos by views. Okay. The top 5. There's not a lot of diversity, but they exist. And Yeah. After that, I will see if I want to do another sprint or uh end there. We'll see. Going by feel. Okay. Wife and him knew all about it. They just changed their mind too late. Oh, well, again, why y'all encourage that kind of thing? I guess I suppose you're allowed to change your mind, but also this. I'll be honest. This is probably gonna be the last break. So 2:38, 3:38. If I do 45 minutes, it'll be 3:30. Let's say 45 minutes because then we'll end at a like reasonable-ish time. Oh, it was. I just like cringe is okay. If you want to allow that, then you allow it. But then you prepare for the worst, I guess. But I just it couldn't be me. But I don't want to be a celebrity anyway. Like I know the actual celebrities go through these things and they have no control about what people say about them on the internet, and it is what it is. Um, they just don't encourage it, but then others do, and they have somehow learned or been taught how to deal with it, and so it doesn't visibly bother them. It was no one prepared for this whole situation, and yep. Okay, let me set up a 45-minute timer. I don't know why this is 45 minutes. You guys are wondering why I just have this blank timer because my computer does not want me to play a YouTube video timer with a what you call it aesthetic image or music because then it uh, freezes up the StreamYard. Okay, let me do this. Is this it? Oh. Okay, guys. Happy reading and hair doing and whatever else you're doing. Thank you for joining me. Oh, that's not the one I want. It's this one, right? I'll see you around 3:30. Let's get started. Ooh. Hey guys, I hope that didn't startle you like it startled me because oh my goodness. I'm gonna be real. I think read 15 pages. No, not even 12. I don't even know how I read that much because I was falling asleep the whole time. I'm not even joking. That my sleep is off. Because what's the word? What did I do? Yeah, I didn't fall asleep until 3 a.m. Thursday, Friday morning. And then, or Saturday morning, I don't even know where I am, who I am, what day it is. Um, but yeah, this last sprint, I'm like, it's catching up to me. It's nap time, but this is going okay. Bowen and Kaya are starting to have moments together that are interesting, I guess. Oh yeah, I need to take a nap. Where? How are you doing with the reading or the hair? I mean, I'm glad it's going well. Third act breakup? Is that what you mean? Another booktube or bookish content term that okay, yes. But okay. So you're gonna finish soon. I wish I could say this sprint would be there would be one more sprint. I don't think so because like I said, I feel like I dozed my way through that last sprint. Okay, so the second thing in the poll was, like I said, best videos, and I broke it into two categories: views and likes. I'll talk about likes this evening as well as my favorite books in 5 years. So, of all the books I've read in the past 5 years while being on BookTube, what were my favorites? I've got six of those, so I'll talk about those, like I said, tonight. And then I will give you lay stats. Stat comparisons, I guess. Well, for now, let's talk about my best videos. Bookish videos. Most to least views. As, as far as the best ones. So let's start with, I'm going to share the, whatchamacallit, thumbnails. I'm going to close this real quick. Um, bear with me. got recent reads number 23. And these often go in some kind of order. So I don't know if I've ever explained this. There I am. There we go. Yes. That's the thumbnail from that video. Uh I call them recent reads because I never know if I'll be able to do. I tried wrap ups for like the whole month, but that didn't work out. There were 2 miles back when I kind of sort of cared about what do you call it? I kind of sort of cared about my stats and following the general gist of things. So yeah, this got 241. Oh Jesus! Hold on 1 minute, guys. Thank you very much. Um, yeah. So this background looking kind of familiar. This I think has the most because of timing, which I feel like a lot of these do. Um, so I told you I like participating in readathons. Bookathon is one of my favorites, partially because I like Monopoly, also partially because Becca runs it. Becca in the Books is one of my favorite booktubers, and I've been following her for a really long time before Bookopoly. So um, yeah, like having this actually out when people were still caring about the readathon probably helped. But this 241 views, this includes my September reading stats and the books I read in that. The second half of the books I read that month. So those included The Wizard of Oz. I don't remember which one because I was reading one of those complete collections volumes that are super thick. Let me put this up. There we go. I like this thick. I don't have anything that thick anymore. But yeah, I only read one of the stories in that, but like I said, it was 4 prompts. The other book, I read Blanca y Roja for that, and I need to get back to reading more by Anna Marie McLemore because I think that year, this was 2 years ago in 2020, I read like 2 or 3 of her books and really enjoyed those. And what else did I read in this? Oh, that's the only thing I talk about? Oh no, I also read I think Winnie the Pooh or reread it or something like that. I think that's what that was. Oh no, maybe not. But yeah, and I had my stats visibly on the screen and this cute little thing. So yeah. Second place goes to Recent Reads number 28, which share my thumbnail again. You can kind of see the evolution of my thumbnails here. Where are you? That was my mid-December wrap up for that same year. 164 views on that one. On one, I say. Since Elise's finds these so cute, there I am with my books. And again, good timing. I read A Court of Mist and Fury in that one, and Macbeth, which I guess I reread Macbeth. I don't remember why the hell I read that. I read some Alexia. I don't remember what that is. I had some sports romance. I don't remember either. That was probably one of those the hockey romances. And The Marvelous Land of Oz. So I was working my way through that chunky Oz Complete collection, which I stopped reading because I didn't realize how the Oz story got crazier and crazier and crazier. Number 3 is actually the one before this. Recent Reads number 27, which my November wrap up and stats. And this one, I was participating in Tome Topple, another readathon I do like. Tome Topple is run by, oh my god, why can't I remember her name? I'm still subscribed and I still watch some of her videos. But yeah, you're supposed to read a tome or as many tomes as you can in 2 weeks. 500 plus page books. Very simple. They give prompts, but you don't have to follow them. And yeah, what else? The Tome Topple Part 2. So I was just reading big books. This was, the second video of that month. So I had my reading stats. I read more memoirs of Sherlock Holmes because I have a complete collection of Sherlock Holmes stories, and I was attempting to finish it. I still haven't, by the way, in case you were wondering. I read Edge Dancer by Brandon Sanderson. Right? And was there anything else? And I read, oh yes, here we go. Lady of the Lake, which was the last. No, I did read Season of Storms, but that doesn't really count. So these are part of the Witcher series, and Season of Storms came out way later, and it's kind of like a prequel to a bunch of the rest of the books. So, but by Lady of the Lake, I was so done with this series. I didn't like it anymore. It was depressing as hell. And then Lady of the Lake did this weird thing where it was like harkening back to the first short story collection, where it's kind of like a retelling, and it was so weird. I was just like, and it kind of ended ambiguously, and none of our characters were together, and I was just like, I don't like this. Don't like it. So, yeah, I think think that was it. But so that was 151 views. The fourth place, view wise, was actually a reading vlog, which I appreciate seeing you here because doing these vlogs is difficult. And I I like watching vlogs. I like filming vlogs. It gives me a chance to be more detailed about what I'm reading, where I can't in the recent reads. But this one, again, not necessarily a better video. It was great for me. You can see it was mid-year, and this is before all of those recent reads. This vlog was about the tarot readathon. Uh, sorry, I did some tarot reading, and I talked about Black Lives Matter, so that might have something to do with it as well. Again, this was 2020 June, so a lot of shit was going down. I think I have a clip in here when I was just. I had a breakdown kind of late at night. Y'all know what like summer and spring 2020 was like for us. So I was also doing the OG readathon, and I also included clips from Bang Bang Kong the Live, which is BTS. What was that? Oh, they had posted a bunch of their concert DVD videos online for free, and you just had to watch it as it was happening. So yeah, the things that you like, you appreciate their existence, just because. Yeah, I think I was talking about also in that video as far as Black Lives Matter, like how the response to the protests was going. I think we talked about it maybe in some live shows, but there were fireworks going off constantly. You couldn't sleep. Like it was, the timing of protesters getting home to switch shifts to go to send out new ones, and then constant fireworks. Bang, 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 bang. You could barely get any sleep. And that's on top of, seeing everything on the news or going to protests and talking with people. Like it was a whole thing. Um, and since it's a vlog, like that, it was all in there. I was like, that was what was going on. So that's what got vlogged. Yeah. And I put it up pretty quickly. So again, timing, I guess. The last. It's like I'm going down memory lane. I don't know if y'all care, but it's okay for me. It's working for me. Last but not least, in fifth place was a very, very recent video. Wait, where is it? Last year, my reading journal set up. So I have all of these like bullet videos on my channel. That's like journaling / planning was what started my channel. So that content is here. And I had never made a reading journal until 2022. And this was a really cheaply made one. I went and got a composition notebook. Actually, not even. This is the old reading journal that I had been using when I was a kid. It was the composition notebook from the 99-cent store, and I never finished it. So I was like, you know what? Let me try this whole reading journal thing. So this has kind of replaced, to an extent, the spreadsheet. I don't really keep stats in it, but I do what I as a kid, because I found it again. I'm like, I remember this, and I just have lists of books that I want to read, and keeping track of series was something I really did, and I think that having the list and just like checking off what books I read, what authors, and what part of the series I'm up to really helped. Another thing is that I had tried a little of having in my bullet journals, having just like a reading page. So for my videos, the recent reads, that I just have the basic information that was kind of like scripting, but not really. So it wound up being like the book title, the author, how many pages, uh, genre, and my star ratings, right? So I knew every book that I read that month with just that basic information, right, all together. I don't have to go on a website to find it, like Storygraph or Goodreads. And that turned out really nicely, and I wanted to continue that, but also do the book lists, and occasionally do more, particularly those threads that I used to do for readathons. So again, like the majority of this book was empty, so I'm like, oh, why buy a new one? Yes, the pages are cheap, but so this was my setup in 2022, and it was really basic. I used washi tape. I did like some lettering on printer paper and pasted that in. I used like glue sticks to paste things in. I have, the various markers and other supplies I had from my bullet journaling. Um, but I kept it really basic because it is a cheap notebook and the paper is old and thin and easily ripped out. So yeah, I'm still using it this year. There is a 2023 version of this video, but it doesn't have nearly as many views and 113. But again, the timing I think helped. This year's video did not go up at a time that I think really people were looking for this kind. But those are the top 5 videos, bookish videos that I have according to how many views. And no, I didn't look at how long people watch those videos because I know it's not that much. Um, so guys, unless you want a 10-minute sprint, we're gonna end here for today. I'm gonna take a nap. I might go for a walk after that and cook dinner. And I will be back at 7 p.m. to do some more sprints. I may even fit in some more reading, but maybe not. Between then and now, I hope you enjoyed our time together. If you have any questions for me for part 2 of the 24-hour readathon reading sprints, come prepared. I don't know. I can't say I'm like an expert booktuber or anything like that, but uh, I don't know. But thank you guys for coming and watching. And I hope you enjoy your cleaning. I'll see you later. Bye.